All right, we have the lift of Starship 24. It's happening right now, guys. It's a kind of a little bit of a um, misty morning. There's a breeze coming from the ocean from the east, probably about 4 miles an hour. Yesterday was very windy, so today is it's early in the morning here. It's around 7 something, around 7:12 or so in the morning. I am recording this on a Nikon camera as well. This is actually a new phone that I'm recording on. I lost my iPhone one 1 or 2 days ago when I was up in Houston. Yes, a couple days ago. So there is some speculation that this will be launching. I've heard like April 10th. I've heard some stuff. So we'll see how it turns out. Yeah. They do have the road is being blocked off by 2 police people side by side. So here at the beach, around the tank farm area, there's 2 sheriffs blocking both sides of the road. So I guess you'd have to be here to get here. You could probably drive down to the gates, main gate side here at the launch site, but over by the beach, it's they've got it blocked off. Pretty interesting. There's a drone under the right aft flap. You can maybe make it out on the very bottom, just underneath the bottom right flap. Underneath the whole ship, there's a drone. Use my hand. Right over here, there's a drone right there. last night they had this set up to be lifted this morning. So when I got here last night, it was right next to the tower there, the Starship. We are continuing to plan our mission to Enceladus, and one of the thoughts is the Starship is about 126 feet tall and about 29 feet wide. If we were, our mission is looking at, we're looking at about a 30 by 20 foot section we need to store our 100,000 gallons of water ice. 100,000 gallons is about a 20 by 30 cylinder. So if we could commission SpaceX to build a mini Starship with a capability of storing a 20 by 30 space or so, about 100,000 gallons of water, we are looking to raise about $5 to $8 billion, and we could, if we can get a quote on a mini cryo-ready Starship to launch around the 2028 timeframe. That's the proposal we're probably going to send to SpaceX to see if they're interested. Something capable of landing on Enceladus, and so this looks like the perfect vehicle to do it with. It would have to be refueled up in orbit before being directed over towards Saturn. My name is Paul Mamakos, CEO at SpaceOcean Corp. There's contact and email info in the links on the YouTube channel here. So. It looks like it's coming down. Looks like they're bringing it back down. Yep, it's definitely coming down. Stephen, 100,000 gallons, not 300. Okay, Steven says 30,000 pounds of water is 125 tons. Interesting. Hey, SpaceX, I'm here. But 100,000 gallons, yeah. Maybe they'll try it again, I'm not sure how long the road closure today is supposed to be possibly from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So it's not, we're not at the 8 a.m. time frame yet, but maybe they'll officially close the road and then do the real lift at 8. That's still a possibility. We're kind of early right now. Hey, Ken. Hey, Eric. Yeah, it's still moving down currently, so they're continuing to bring it down. Oh, you think there's a cable someone forgot to remove? Oh, well. There is a cable on the back side, on the far side of the Starship. Looks like it has the 3 vacuum raptors, is what I can see with the Nikon camera. So it's coming down pretty fast. You can see it. I know it's got 6 engines on it, 3 on the outside and 3 on the inside. I just saw the inside ones. So 6 engines on this thing. You know, there were sheriffs out here last night. I saw 3 sheriffs just hanging around. One of them over by the typical roadblock area with his light on, but it wasn't flashing. And there was a sheriff over here last night, and there was a third one. So I said to myself, this is unusual for there to be these types of sheriffs here not doing anything, just sitting on the side of the road. So maybe someone was here last night. I don't know. But that's what I went to bed thinking, that maybe something was going on last night. And so, you know, when you see sheriffs here in town just hanging around when they're not ordinarily around, it tells you something's up, something's going on. So. Yeah, it's moving pretty quick right now. Hey.
You know, first thing I want to say is I absolutely apologize for making your ass up.
It's good.
I'll never do that.
I like the way it happens just naturally. It's good. Yeah, I heard stuff going on, and like, I better check outside, see what's going on.
My first thing I thought when I stood up this morning is I just shit my pants. So here I got the Starship sacking,
Right.
And I kept trying to work, and I said, no, you smell too bad. And then I lost my camera.
Oh, yeah.
And I would eventually gotcha, but boy, I just, that was the wrong thing to do.
Yeah,
It's always good.
all right, so it's just about down, I guess. I can't see from the other side if it's on the transporter. There are 2 other photographers here. One of the photographers here is named Calvin. He's got the tent on top of his vehicle. We were just chatting here. You might have overheard. And the other person, I'm not sure who it is, but a younger guy looks like down by the beach. He's got a vehicle, and I just saw him with a camera. So that's what I can tell right now.
last night,
Okay.
and down the other one, a bigger one,
Okay.
and it looked like they were working on the arms around that where going to the tower.
Okay.
I couldn't see because it was dark.
Some people said there was a cable hanging on the backside, and maybe they forgot to take off a cable or something. I could see it.
Let's hope it's something simple and it goes right back up.
Yeah.
But I saw a crawler come in too yesterday evening and thought, well, what's a crawler doing here?
Oh, wow.
I don't like seeing that.
Yeah, I got a new phone, so I got to find out how to connect my charger to here. I guess I could turn my truck around and put it in a cigarette lighter, but I gotta. Oh, wait, there we go. I'm good. All right, we have plenty of power here now. I just plugged in the phone. We got plenty of juice here. Calvin's with a CAL. Hey, what's your channel called, Calvin? I'll go ask him. Yes, ma'am. Calvin's website is called galveston.photo. So maybe www.galveston, GALVESTON.photo. I'll move this back a little bit. Here we go. If the wind picks up too much, we can, I can put this in the truck and record shooting out the window. That'll block the wind. Hey, Sir Chris, good to see you. Also, what about it? Chief just got here, so he's taking some photos as well. Maybe we'll get to do this again from the start here. I'll showcase these, the sheriffs here on the right. See, they kind of have both sides of the road blocked off there on the bottom right. they're allowing people to come, which is good. Okay, Brent says someone has taken off the cable there, so maybe this will turn around and go back up. I will get in front of the camera here. I'm not all dressed up or anything, but I will get in front of the camera. Here we go. Good morning. Looking good. All right. Hopefully that was good. Get here to the right. You can see the. This is on the right is Calvin's vehicle with his camera and tent. He's a carpenter as well as a photographer. Galveston.photo his website. Get some shots here. Let me see. Not used to this phone and how it zooms in and everything else. I don't know. See if they stay here. Yeah, it looks like they're just they're gonna stay here. Those people. So if they were to leave, that would be an indication that it's all over. But looks like they're staying. So looks good. Awesome. So the Sucre says that they got the chain, or if it was a rope, they got it off, and maybe they'll start going up again. We shall see. Well, I'm just super happy that it's a day and we get to see this happen. All right, you can hear some air happening over there, some type of venting or something by the tower. There we go. Okay, we're set up. All right. I got my umbrella if I need it for the wind. We shall see. If the wind sound picks up, let me know and I'll use the umbrella. Hey Tony, good morning. Well, they went up a little bit with it, and then most of the way, and then they came down at the top before rotating to bring it over on top of the booster. They had it up at the top, and then it looked like there was a cable attached to it on the back or something, so they brought it down. And the reports here have been that they took the cable off, and maybe that was why they brought it down. It's a,
Well, the road's still blocked, so they might try
right,
again.
right. That's what I thought too. And it's 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. kind of a road closure possibility. So
Oh,
they could I don't know what time it is, but they could kick us out or just keep doing it all day.
yeah. I think we're good.
Yeah. Hey, Rupert, awesome. Let's lift this thing. Yep. 19 months. Great, man. Whew. Wow. It's on the rise, everybody. Yep, correct. Thanks, Sir Chris. It is screeching too. We can hear the kind of a maybe rusty movement or something, the metal against metal. Okay. It is 8 o'clock exactly. 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 a.m. It's going up fast. This is not a time lapse. This is real time here happening. the way I think about it when they're doing this lift, a lot of times they'll stop and repressurize and then keep the lift going. So maybe on the times where it's not moving so quick, they're building up the pressure to keep it going the rest of the way. It is moving up slowly. Clean bottoms, Sir Chris. That's good. See if I get that shot here. Just a minute. There we go. Don't see anything hanging from the bottom there. There's a drone we can see up on the right, on the top, on the very top. Look, could be a bird, but probably a drone right up there. I'm gonna check it out again. Yes, it is a drone. I can see with the other one. Yeah, that noise was coming from the lift, the cables, and the all the metal up there. You know, we're next to the ocean, so it's probably a bunch of rust going on there. So they're checking it out with that drone. Just beneath the chopsticks, there's a drone there on the right. It's going up. This camera does a little bit better zoom than my other camera. Does about 8x, but it's unpredictable on how it zooms in or out. It's kind of a nice shot, so I'll leave it there. But yeah, I can see the engines with the other camera, yes. Wow. Interesting how this thing shifts. Yeah, this is an Android, Tony. This phone here. So the weather is it's 74 degrees Fahrenheit, 23 Celsius. The wind's from the southeast at 12 miles an hour, maybe a little bit less here, 19 kilometers, and the humidity is about 100%. The sun has come out, but we do have a bit of cloud in the sky. You can see it going up right now. Pretty awesome to see this. We definitely have better lighting than earlier. Come on. Almost there. See, you can see the drone on the bottom right there. I guess they're checking everything once again. I'll set it up for when they do that. So they moved the quick disconnect out of the way too. Before, we used to be able to see it on the left side at the top of the booster, but now it's gone. So they have rotated that further to the right. Thanks for the support. I just see this come in. Just a minute. Rupert, thank you again. Awesome for the donation. Good stuff. Hey, Cliff, good morning. And Sir Chris. See where it goes here, Rupert. I've got a team now of about 13 people at Space Ocean Corp, and they're very talented, the other individuals, so we'll see where this goes. Every day we're working on it, so. Let's see if I can zoom out here. Hey, Starbase today. Thanks. Good stuff. Thank you. I've got this in 480. I've got this in 4K imagery as well. So I will upload that later. Yep. Good morning. Thanks. Maybe this is like a standard hold. Hey, good morning, Jackie. Hey, Craig. Yeah, we're all connected, I believe. So everybody matters here. So the Xborg mentions they might be building another high bay. Yeah. There is a road closure for this lift. That's correct, Craig. Maybe a kind of a not a strict one, because they have the two sides of the launch site here with sheriffs to keep people from going back and forth. I mean, you can go either direction from the beach to up toward Brownsville or not, but it's not a solid one, road closure. Hey, Jackie, awesome. Well, today is lift day for Starship 24, so it's a good day to be here. Thanks. Okay. It's on the move again? Okay. Let me get up there and get that shot. See if I can zoom out a little bit. There we go. There we go. I think I got it. There we go. Just a minute. And normally I'm an expert at this, but this is a different type of phone than I normally use. There we go. Yeah, there's some speculation about the 10th of this month. Hi, Jackie. All night. I've been here all morning since last night. So they've been working a long time to get to this spot. So they're getting all the shots with the drones. I'm sure we'll see some shots on Twitter and elsewhere of the stacking here this morning. This is a stacking of it, not a static fire today. There's word that maybe they'll launch it in the next week or so. We'll see. They're just setting the Starship on the booster right now. I believe this is Starship 24. So, and there is a drone at the very bottom left of the Starship right now. I'll go for the zoomed in, even though I can't control the camera. I will go for the zoom in shot. That's better. This is the lowering of the Starship 24 on top of booster. Hey, John. Short Aristocrat, nice to see you this morning. In the past, sometimes we've seen people up there with their hands and kind of guiding it together. That was the first time they did this a while back. Don't see any people up there today, so it'd be interesting if we see some people from the launch site go up there and start putting things together with their hands and guiding it down. This is a pretty perfect morning. The wind is near zero, even though we had earlier we had some wind. Right now the wind is almost probably about 4 miles an hour or so. Hey, Marcus from Freedom, Kentucky. Yeah, and as it's the end requirement is to get the rocket sugar on quickly. So having an automated process is what maybe they're working on. Yep, it's a good point. Yeah, they could be trying that out right now. That's correct. Yeah. Yep. Sorry. Actually, a pretty good camera. Hey, Tony. They're closing the gap right now. Morning, Captain Pike. There's just a little bit left. That drone is on the left side again, right at the bottom left of the Starship, aft flap. Let's go for it. See if we can get that zoom in. There we go. All right, it looks very close. Okay, Captain. If I hear something, I'll let you all know. The drone is moving. That may mean it's down. That probably means it's over, guys. It is down. We're getting a pressure release from over at the tank farm. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say it's done. Not yet, Sister Chris. Why did they take the drone away though? Maybe they ran out of batteries. There's still a gap. I have it with the Nikon camera too, so I can't quite make out that screen, but we will get the footage later and check it out. It's still recording, so. There is a gentleman named over at the SpaceX place that controls a drone. It's a person. Yeah, it looks like maybe a finger or two gap up there. There is another drone. The drone is back up. So it is back. I fixed the zoom on the Nikon camera and I can see a little bit better. There is a little gap there. I'm gonna zoom back in. We'll get another shot. See if we can see anything. I just heard a sound, like two things coming together. Maybe that was just the first one. There is still some space on the left side there. Yeah, Chris says it's not together yet. Since we are nearing the end of the stream, I'm going to reposition the camera and do something fun. It may work, it may not work. Here we go. I'm gonna try something out here. Just a few seconds. It's good to play around at this point in the stream. Let's see if we can do it. This is looking into the screen of my Nikon camera. You can see it looks like there's a little bit left there on the left side, almost a couple fingers or so distance. I can block some of that light. Thanks. Getting a back and forth with the pixelation. I think that's from the police vehicles, possibly. Yeah, see if I can block that. No. Maybe. Not sure where that's from. You think it's the autofocus on the camera? Okay, I got you. I will upload this with a Nikon footage later today, and you'll get to see it without this flashiness on the screen. Maybe that's a little bit better. Zoomed out. Okay, so you can see me in the background there. That's better than the flashing. Oh, okay, maybe face detection. Gotcha. Hey, Alan, welcome. Falcon Heavy member. Thanks. Fire. Thanks. Those are real good. SpaceX actually says the April 10th is no longer on the table. Interesting. Interesting. To be determined what Monday is like. If I'm getting some work outside, so if the work comes through, then I will be on the road again. But if anyone wants to donate a bunch of money, then I'll stay here and video this month. Looking good. Sure. Do you guys prefer this image, or should I just get the larger Starship spaceship booster combo? I could just I just get the site itself and leave this for the recording later. There are some large mosquitoes out here, that's what I can tell you. SpaceX, wow, thanks. Love the work, God bless. That's awesome. Thanks for the support, guys, and SpaceX, tremendous. Thanks, guys. We're getting some more photos with the drone. They just zoomed above my head, and they're going toward it and away from it. So they're getting a whole bunch of different types of shots right now with the drone. I think I'll break away. I'll stay alive, but I want to break away and get the zoomed out shot with the with this camera. Yeah, I'm gonna break away from this. I'll let you know if we get it. Back to this shot here. That's good. Right there is good. See that drone on the bottom left again? Good night, Dave. From Tasmania. The photographer Calvin dropped off a bunch of pecans, so that's what I'm enjoying right now. I don't know if you got anything to eat, but I'm taking a moment to eat some food here. We still got that space between the Starship and booster. Some of the story behind why this might be taking longer is I know in the past they've done a bunch of fit testing, and they may have been changing the diameter or the way the Starship sits on the booster, because they have done a bunch of stuff over at the build site, testing and mating the two types of diameters. give this a shot. See if I can do something better. Let's see what we got in there. That's pretty good, I guess. Okay. Well, the Nikon camera is out of juice, out of battery, so you'll have to let me know when it lands. Just,
up or what? They picked it up or what? And they put it on top of the aluminum piece?
Yeah, booster and Starship.
Wow, how long did they take it?
About 2 hours.
About 2 hours, wow. How did they pick it up with
Black things at the top.
but like the black rocket was already up there or what?
Well, they were both on the bottom, and there's some pins that come out the sides of that thing, and it sticks to the side underneath the top flaps, and then they lift it like that.
But like those arms, they rotate or what?
Yeah.
Okay, they go around?
Just to the right.
Yeah.
From our right.
And then it was going up real slow or what?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, have a good day, sir.
Okay, back with you. Let's see what's in the chat here. Okay. Okay, Sir Chris is saying it's down from what he can see, 9:32 a.m. Central Time. (9:32 a.m.) So we started this around exactly at 8 in the morning. So it's about an hour and 32 minutes because that's when they started the second lift here this morning. Pretty much exactly at 8 a.m. So an hour and 32 minutes. I'll get the zoomed out shot here. Here we go. Here we go. This is quite, it's a good thing to see. And some people speculate 420. I don't know when it's going to get launched. If they launch it, maybe they'll take it off again and fix something else. But it has the 6 Raptor engines on it, so the Starship is ready to go, it looked like. A little bit further down there. The sheriffs are still here, but okay, so Tiff says maybe the 10th is, but someone said a little bit in the last 15 minutes, someone, I think SpaceX was saying that the 10th had been scrubbed for some reason. Thanks for joining the stream, and thanks for the likes. Good stuff, everybody. Good stuff. Today's been a fun morning. Oh, so maybe through the 12th, 10th through the 12th. Interesting. I get a shot here to the right, some of the activities, so you can see what's going on here. Let's see. I'll just go right for it. Thanks, Sir Chris. See, this is they have the road, the tank farm, orbital tank farm is over there to the left. So some sheriffs here on this side of it, and on the far side by the main gate, there's some sheriffs down that way too. So that's what they've had during this lift. They've been blocking off right next to the tower, kind of perpendicular to the tower. The grid fins do adjust. They can adjust the grid fins, Tez. Alan, there was some type of wire hanging from the back of the Starship, so that may have been it. Why they so they initially brought it up before 8 a.m. around 7 something. They started the lift, and then they got it all the way up to the top before rotating it over the booster. I guess they saw it, the wire there, and then decided to bring it back down. And there was chat here in the stream saying that they took the wire off, and this second time when they started lifting at 8 in the morning, it was gone. So maybe just to take off that wire that was hanging. But Tez, maybe somebody else knows if they tuck the grid fins anymore at the top of the booster there. I'll use my hand again. See, these are the grid fins, and they do adjust when they're coming down into the, sorry, I think I messed up the focus. When they come into the, here we go, back into the atmosphere after the initial launch, they're going to land the booster, so they need those grid fins for that, to steer it and everything. But I don't know if during the launch itself there is whether they tuck them in anymore, or maybe they rotate them so they're vertical, so it's less less drag. That drone is back on the left side. They're taking more photos and stuff. All right, there's a venting sound coming from the tower. That may mean the final release of something. Okay, Sir Chris says they'll be straight out at launch. So kind of like they are, Sir Chris. Okay, kind of like they are. Interesting. Yep. Okay, Carl says the grid fins will stay like they are, and Elon said they don't cause enough sufficient drag. Interesting. To cause a worry during launch. Thanks. All right, there was just a kind of a clanking together. And we're getting a big release of air pressure. So it's now 9:40. So there was just some type of metal on metal, maybe a release of something. And yep. Down on the bottom right. Cool. Yeah, that drone is flying away now, right there. I'm going to move the tripod a little bit up the hill here, get a slightly different shot. Alan, that's funny. Yep, the drone is back. The sheriffs are, looks like they're about to leave. Yeah, that's the same drone as before. Yeah, it's they have an airspace prevents people from flying drones out here. Restrictions. Let me get the umbrella. There we go. That's better. I'll be here till the sheriffs leave. They're still here, so. I think it was May of 2021 when we saw the last launch here. We've had static fires and other stuff. It's back up again. Did they lift it again, Sir Chris? It's a little bit up higher again? There are lights. Oh, so it has been lifted again a little bit. Oh, okay, interesting. Thanks for the info. The tower has a bunch of green lights on it, which is interesting. I guess they didn't adjust the lights on the tower this time. Normally we might see like some red lights on the tower right now, I imagine. Realigning it again. Okay, and Tiff says there's a gap. Hey, Robert. Robert Wells. Good name. There's the Rockwells is one of those names where people have done a lot. Rockwells, but since we're looking at maybe doing some type of a drill in space or putting a well on the moon, Enceladus. If we could put a well on that moon, that'd be great. But it may be like 40 kilometers deep or something like that. So like maybe too deep to carry all the hardware over there to the moon to do a well. If anyone has any, if you know of a well or some type of a lightweight drilling system that can be automated, that's something we're looking into. I did buy the domain spacewell.com and spacewell with one L and with two L's. So I got those. That's what I was leading up to. Kind of like Rockwell, but Spacewell. I got that domain. Don't know if we'll ever use it, but if you have any ideas, let us know, and we may pursue some of the comments and ideas that you might have. So. Yeah, we're looking to put a well on one of the moons around Saturn called Enceladus. It's got about 72 quadrillion gallons of water. Q. It's more than trillion. It's got many quadrillions of gallons of water. If the ocean turns out to be 25 miles deep on Enceladus, the volume of a sphere with a 25-mile radius is at least 72 quadrillion gallons of water, which would mean if anyone would like to partner on this, our company is working on this actively. If water were to go to even $1 in space, it would still be 72 quadrillion gallons of water. So that's no matter how cheap water gets in space, if we were able to put a well on that moon, that's what we're looking into. It'll still be profitable. Yeah, so water has many uses. It can be used for rocket fuel. You can make liquid oxygen and maybe some of the other with the H2O. You can make hydrogen. You can make oxygen to breathe. You can also make radiation protection for your cities or ships. If you have one of the issues in space is radiation. So if you could get several feet thick of water on your wall, make your wall out of water, or maybe make it out of ice, allow the water to freeze, then you get some good radiation protection there. So we're looking to sell the water to different companies and cities that want to build in space and have better radiation protection, as well as the ability to do cement, concrete, all kind of things. Yeah, I've heard Titan has water. It's got some other, it's not just a straight out H2O. It's got maybe methane and other types of things there. Robert, yeah, as far as prediction on a Starship launch, I don't have any inside knowledge on when that might be. They do like the number 420 here at SpaceX, so maybe on the 20th of April could be a good guess. But you gotta figure, well, what year is it going to be? Is it going to be 2023 or is it going to be 2024? That's a good number, but the year is questionable. It does look like we are closer to a launch, and I think they still need permission to launch, some type of license or something. So that's still in the mix. Yeah, and remember with the Artemis 1 launch, remember they had so many delays. They finally did launch it around the moon, so maybe it'll be something similar here, where we have all these different preparations, and then they'll finally get it launched. Yeah, I think the whole world is excited about the Starship launch here. A lot of different people directly in the space industry are excited and looking forward to this, as well as people who don't normally look into this type of thing. Okay, so Tiff says looked like they moved it down again. Silly Tiff 2393 in the chat. Good stuff. Nice to see you. See if I go any closer, zoom. And might be too fuzzy. Yeah, we're getting some blue sky coming through the clouds. They're not big fluffy clouds, but they are widespread, kind of an overcast. And the sun is starting to burn away some of the cloud layer. Looks like it's going to be a hot day. That's a good shot right there, actually. So it is, it is stacked, everybody. I don't know if it's down completely. It's going to be going up and down, but yep. I believe today is a Wednesday too. So when they get it in position and they get it down, they will tighten it down, I imagine, or clamp it down. And then the chopsticks will be taken away and it'll be freestanding. That'll be the next, and I guess we got to see the quick disconnect get swung out back to the booster or to the Starship area. This thing, when it lights up, it'll probably be, I don't know if it'll go fast or if it'll slowly accumulate velocity and then accelerate more and more and just zoop out of here. But be interesting to see how that happens. Those static fires of the booster were pretty awesome. That's what we're looking forward to coming up. Has anyone heard anything about static fires of the booster again, or will they just go for it? Maybe they'll just go for it. I know the last one, I believe, was they had 2 engines that didn't completely go, but the rest of them were good. So it's gonna be interesting. Are there any predictions on how long it'll take to clear the tower? It's lined up, says Sir Chris. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, so I believe they will leave it stacked until they launch it. I don't see why they would take it down. Sometimes in the past they would take it down within a day of stacking it, but if they are going for a launch, then I don't see why they would take it down again. When they lifted it, I did see the 6 engines on the Starship. The Starship, if we look at the nose cone of the Starship, it doesn't have those. It does not have those attachments at the top, which if it did, they would have to take those off. So the nose cone looks like it has all the heat tiles up there, so they don't have any reason to go back up there and adjust or take away or add anything. I don't see anything up there. In the past, sometimes they'd put the Starship up there and it still had the hook attachments at the top on the nose cone, so they would, those are gone. Carl says 3 seconds to clear the tower. Wow, that's awesome. Oh. Fix that. If they had a countdown clock, that would kind of be cool. If they had a predicted launch time and they could turn that on. That'd be nice. Yeah, it is windy. The drone is wobbling. I'm looking for it. Someone must have it on the other camera or something. Yeah, I could see a static fire before the launch. Maybe they're just gonna go for it. I don't know. If they did a static fire, they would have to repaint all the. Okay, we lost a connection. We're back. If they did a static fire, they would have to repaint the whole orbital launch platform and do a bunch of other stuff. And probably put a bunch of heat tiles back on. It'd be a kind of probably a big effort, but yeah, I agree. They probably won't. Yeah, the wind is picking up quite a bit right now. That's what. Okay. Until the 12th, possibly too, right? So maybe till Wednesday. Yeah. Where'd they say that?
They didn't say.
Huh.
They just canceled the hotel room that we had at the view.
Who's he?
Yeah,
Them?
well, the other view.
Okay.
But he seemed pretty certain.
All right. So some people canceled their hotel rooms for the 10th, apparently. Maybe they know something, but.
Want to speculate on why they're going to keep the road closed? Nope.
So Calvin was just here and we were chatting a little bit, and he was wondering why they might keep the road closed. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to keep it closed or not, but if they do, if they kept the road closed, one reason they could do that is if they wanted to just take the Starship off and roll it back to the build site, you know. Otherwise, they could just cancel the road closure when it's when the lift is complete, and so. I haven't been paying attention to the site enough to know some of the other things they might be moving around here. Carl says maybe a wet dress rehearsal is more likely than some type of setup for the launch. Interesting. Yeah, I could see a wet dress rehearsal. They haven't mentioned it a lot of times when they'll do a launch in Kennedy Space Center in Florida or somewhere else, Vandenberg Air Force Base. They'll put out a media bulletin if you'd like to come and do a press conference and everything else. And this is such a big event when they do this launch. I'm surprised there hasn't been any type of announcement. Maybe they need to get that approval first, or maybe since it's such a touchy subject as far as a launch, maybe they don't want to publicize it, and maybe they'll just do the launch, and then the following subsequent launches they'll do some type of news conference. But maybe they just want to not get too much publicity and just launch it. But that's something I was thinking that we might see some type of a official pre-launch media announcement, which we haven't seen yet. And that's typically maybe a couple weeks, if not longer, ahead of time. Sir Chris says it is stacked. Once again, 10:13 in the morning. 10:13 a.m. They started this at 8 a.m. again, remember. 9:10, so 2 hours and 13 minutes. I think the last time we said it was stacked was 32 past the hour, 9:32. So we're almost an hour after that initial stacking at 9:32. So about 40 minutes ago, they did the first touch and go, I guess. Yeah, Bill says maybe they don't want hundreds of thousands of people here doing some type of Woodstock thing. They have to keep it clear within 5-mile radius at least, right? So if they had a lot of people come down, that maybe might cause more issues than it's worth. See if I can zoom out. The Explorer says he's been watching since the first stop Star Hopper from nothing. Day 0. Wow. Yep. Okay, Sir Chris says they just took the weight off the chopsticks. Interesting. Very cool. So the Lab Padre has a camera almost 90 degrees to the right from here, and they can get a really good shot of the of that angle for the chopsticks. Very cool. think it's called the rover cam. You can check it out. Li Gang, Li Guang Wei Li. Awesome. Or Wei Lei. Good stuff. NSF says good stuff. So NASAspaceflight.com is also out here. Get some shots. Good stuff. You know, on the technology at the NASA, they have a technology transfer office. And if you have a kind of a new business, you can get a free license, free. You can license some of the spin-off technology or some of the software and some of the other stuff that at the NASA technology website. And you can apply as a company to license for free on many different types of technologies. So I've gone through all the different tech they have to license, and I did apply for one license so far for orbital debris license. Looked pretty spiffy, and our company is actually looking into some type of orbital debris removal, kind of like a cleanup service for low Earth orbit and other orbits. You know, that experiencing technology will be useful for us other missions in the solar system. Got a cough here. Here we go. So that's one thing I've applied for through the Space Ocean Corp. Question from Tiff was, do you think something used to pump oil would be good to get water? Yeah, I do believe so, yes. One thing about setting a drill out there is all the piping you would need for several miles of piping it's weight, you know, it's a heavy weight. And so that's okay. That's a big consideration if we were to send the drill there. Not only could we automate it, but and there are automated drills, but whether it would be worth it, the risk, maybe the ice will be too thick, or maybe it'll be. There's not sure of the conditions on the surface of Enceladus at the moment. There's there haven't been any really good photographs or video of the surface. So I know with the Russians in Lake Vostok, they did use some kerosene freon mix to drill I think it was the 2.2 miles into the ice in Antarctica. And I don't know if they did that with an automated drill, but they did manage to do that and reach a kind of a what do they call it? Not a saltwater, but they reached a freshwater lake underneath the 2.2 miles of ice. So there's said to be a 25-mile deep ocean. So on Enceladus, and the crevices there, or the geysers, are thought to be kind of like the Grand Canyon, many miles long and many kilometers or miles wide. So kind of like the Grand Canyon is a certain width and has a long route to it. The tiger stripes on the south region of the Enceladus are kind of have a certain kind of width, like the Grand Canyon, and they're pretty long too. It's not just like a little geyser, as far as we understand, with water vapor, ice coming out. It is more like a large crack in the ice. Some of the images of possible ground on Enceladus are maybe it's just like icicles and like large icicles, and maybe it's not a flat surface. And some other people, if we look at the mission to the Jupiter moons, they have a few different depictions of how the surface might be. So there's and then there's also speculation about boulder-sized ice on the surface there of Enceladus. So where the surface characterization is kind of an important thing that needs to be done a little bit better too before we can start sending drills and other stuff there. Yeah, Tip says it would have to be light to cut down the cost. Yeah, interesting. A diamond tip drill? Yeah, maybe. Leg Wang, nice to see you. Thanks. No, I can't speak Chinese. Thanks, though. Maybe I gotta practice. I need to practice and get back to you. I studied traditional Chinese medicine for 6 months, so, and I can sense qi and actually Shen. I'm very experienced as far as meditation and qi. Use the laser to make the well. One of the issues about using a laser and stuff like that is just how do you power it? What's the power source? You can see that drone going around the base of the Starship there. Maybe they're getting some more circular photos around from different angles. There's we can since this is it's going to be such a high profile mission, this Enceladus mission, it's going to be billions of dollars, and the payoff, the return on investment, is going to be in the trillions of dollars. 1,000 gallons in space is about $1 trillion in value. So if we were able to collect 1,000 or more gallons, even up to 100,000 gallons of water, then that's anywhere from $1 trillion to $100 trillion in value. And one of the cool things about that is, I'm not going to reveal all the secrets, but we can make trades, we can make deals with different businesses. If you'd like to know more, reach out to me at paul@spaceoceancorp.com, or check out some of the links in the description of this video. I'll be happy to chat more. So. Yeah, Carl says if you use a drill, that takes a major power source. So we're looking to get some type of nuclear power, we'll make a deal with the government and get some nuclear engineering on this thing. Bill Simpson says, Musk is a global celebrity. When he gives a date certain for blastoff, I suspect thousands of people will plan to head down there on that date. So, yeah, I believe if Elon made a certain date known, that many people would come down here to the South Texas, Boca Chica, right on the coast with the Gulf of Mexico, and take a look. That's a good point, Bill. Thanks. I hadn't thought that he would do that, but if he does, that'll be great. That'll be a great moment. And if it actually launches and everything, after that, that'd be great. Hey Les, yep, I believe so. It could be the 20th. We shall see. The sheriffs are still here on the right, so the road is still closed. You zoom in. I'll lock it in here. Owen asks if they're going to do a fueling for the Starship. Interesting. Yeah, maybe we'll see some type of crowd testing going on soon, huh? Maybe with the booster and then the Starship. They typically always do that, so I don't see how that could hurt anything. I know in the past when they've done some of the cryo stuff, we've been able to see the shrinking or the crunching of the booster and Starship. It kind of goes down several inches due to the cold, you know. Yeah, Tiff asks, how easy would it be to get the frozen water on the moon? You know, there's the reason why we're not going to the moon is there's a lot of some talk that the moon is not normal. The moon is not natural. That it's an artificial satellite, and that it was positioned here since it doesn't rotate on its axis. The moon is not normal, and in the past it's been said that the moon rings like a bell when it was struck, and when they did some seismic tests on it in the past, they've seen that it's not solid. So the moon maybe it has some caves or something, or maybe it is artificial inside the center. There are other races and beings inside the moon. So, but from the practical standpoint, why? If we look at the intuitive machines, they were planning to go, I believe, to the more toward the center or the equator of the moon, and they got redirected to the South Pole. So for some reason, NASA, it appears, does not want craft or ships going toward the central areas of the moon. Yes, there may be ice toward the poles, but a lot of these missions are powered by solar arrays, and so while they can go into some of the craters on the moon, they can't really go into the really dark craters because they don't have enough power. The solar power doesn't really power it long enough. And what I've also heard is that even though they may be going into some of these craters on the moon, they only have maybe, I think it's 12 hours or less of power. So the mission is going to last only less than a day when they use different locations on the moon. So they really won't have a lot of time to search around and find ice or do tremendous number of tests. Since the power is so weak, so poor, I mean, the scientific effort and the government funding for these missions is so terrible that they can't power it more than a day. So no matter where they're going on the moon, they're not going to have a lot of time to do a lot of exploration. So that's one of the difficulties for science at the moment when it goes to a government-funded mission to the moon. Yeah, you can't go where you want to go, and you don't have enough power to go and do the stuff you want to do. So that's why there's a lot of work being done in nuclear power source in the public sector. I believe they've already solved these issues in the defense special access only projects. But as far as the public sector is concerned, we're still dealing with these basic power issues. So one of the reasons why I'm choosing not to go to the moon is it's not known to have an ocean, and the company here is called Space Ocean Corp or Ocean Camera Space Corp. We're all about the ocean, so we really don't want to go anywhere where there's not an ocean. If there's any question whether there's a large amount of water there, we don't want to go where there's no water. So our mission is to take video of the oceans and also to collect, store, and sell the water to make life in space possible. So we don't need to be looking for water vapor inside of the gravel or the regolith on the moon. So that's what some of the companies are doing. They're scooping up some of the soil on the moon, or the regolith. If it were soil, then you could grow stuff in it, but there's no known bacteria on the surface of the moon. You could say there are some little tiny things which were sent there. I forgot the name of them, but there are some living stuff on the moon already, because I think it was the Italians, I believe. I'm not sure who it was, but they were maybe the Israelis. Yeah, I believe the Israelis launched a craft into the moon, and they crashed it, and it did have some type of small things with an exterior exoskeleton which can survive in the conditions of a vacuum. So there are some living things on the moon, but whether there's any soil is to be debated. NASA is the public face of the Defense Department, and the Defense Department funding is a lot bigger than the NASA funding. So you need a security clearance to work at NASA, and that means that there are secrets. And if you are in the public sector, you will never know those secrets that NASA has about the moon. So that's why we have to do it in the public sector here with SpaceX and all the other space, Sierra Space, and all the other space companies, Honeybee Robotics. We got to do it in the public sector so that we finally get the information and the knowledge about the conditions of our solar system. If we want to explore, we have to do it in the public sector. You can't do it through a NASA agency, because you're not going to get the information. They have to keep the secrets because they have too many conflicting interests in the government sector. So, you can be gung-ho and be very American about NASA. You say, oh, we love I just heard a loud thud That may have been something going on. You may be very gung-ho and love the U.S. government and you love NASA and NASA. But you got to remember they are a militaristic organization and they have a tremendous number of secrets. And they are in competition with other governments around the globe. NASA is in competition with the other governments around the globe in a militaristic, warlike fashion. So you can't forget that NASA is a DoD-related agency. The export says the F9 Scrub launched a few days later, was halted by a pressure issue in an engine. Interesting. Bill Simpson says Mars has a lot of water, but it's frozen as permafrost in the soil. It's highly polluted. Mars gets extremely cold as soon as the sun sets. Keeping water from freezing would take a lot of energy. Interesting. Well, one of the issues with water is it's okay if water freezes into ice in space. That's totally fine. You don't actually need to keep the water liquid as long as water has some type of particulate in it. And Mars has an atmosphere, but if Mars did not have an atmosphere, the water most of it would dissolve into the vacuum of space. But the reason we get ice crystals and things in space is because the water is mixed with some other type of particulate, which keeps it from evaporating. The water in a vacuum is an interesting situation when there's no atmosphere. You can imagine the gas in the water will evaporate. You bubble away. Yeah, it does look like the ship is quite a bit above. So maybe that sound we just heard a little while ago, that I heard, was the lifting of the Starship off of the booster there. It is up off the booster. Quite a distance. At least a foot, maybe a couple feet up off the booster. Yeah, so Owen asks, how come we've never seen photos of frozen ice on Mars? Yeah, that's a good question. See, that's one of the goals here at Space Ocean Corp is to get that video footage from the surface of the water, the ice, whatever it is, and also from underneath the water and the ice. To get that video imagery from the surface of the water, ice, whatever it is. Because we haven't seen that yet in the public sector. Okay, that drone is back on the right here. Sir Chris says there's a 2 to 3 foot gap. Interesting. Interesting. I'll zoom out and then zoom in. Maybe they're going to do this all day. You know, that's something to consider. If they have a all-day road closure from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., maybe they're going to do this for quite a while. Something to consider. Yeah, we'll get a zoom in shot here. Here we go. They do have a launch tower over in Florida as well, so this is not the only one. They have more than one tower now. I think maybe even 2 towers over there in Florida. I haven't kept up to date on the development of the second tower. So they have possibly 3 towers. Last thing I heard was one of the issues about Florida was they were getting some pushback from NASA about not damaging some of the launch site over there. If something were to go wrong, if they launched out of Florida, they might. So they were having some approval issues for launching out of Florida with the Starship. They do have 3 towers, though. They just got to get approvals to launch. Yeah, Owen mentions that they did sell the 2 oil rigs. They were gearing up to launch and off of the oil platforms too, the Phobos and Deimos. But apparently they sold, or they're selling, or they have sold. Is there a launch tower in Florida? In California? I mean, I don't believe so. I don't think so. But maybe that's something new that I haven't heard about. Okay, Owen says they did sell them both. Good stuff. Carl says the oil rigs were never feasible. They were too small to handle a tower, let alone a tower and a fully stacked ship. Interesting. Interesting. See that drone right underneath the left grid fin there? Just hovering right under that grid fin. Pretty awesome. Owen says SpaceX was maybe concerned it might go bankrupt rebuilding catch towers on oil rigs. That's funny. I mean, it's a real situation here, you know. They got to balance the money. Because remember, SpaceX said they'd have to launch about one of these every 2 weeks to keep from going bankrupt, and that was last year, last January, February. They were saying they'd have to launch about 2 times a month, and they went the whole year last year without being able to do any launches. So it probably was not good for their checkbook. So I definitely salute SpaceX for keeping it all moving forward. It's not an easy task. There was some kind of news a few days ago that about 40 of these SpaceX Starlink satellites got zapped by one of those solar flare type things due to the density of the atmosphere getting thicker during the time frame when that happened. So there's some issues when the sun can have apparently the sun can have an influence on the atmospheric thickness, the density of the atmosphere, and that'll if you're doing a launch that day, that can have some type of effect. At least that's the cover story in the public sector. But it makes sense. Jaitan Martini, awesome. Nice to see you. Hola. Okay, Owen says they had 2 catch towers only. Only one complete is in front of us. So this is the only complete catch tower, says Owen. And the other is being built with shorter catch arms. The third one's been slowed down because it's maybe too close to the ISS launch site. Interesting. Could be also due to funding too, but I'm going to put the umbrella down. It'll get a little windy, but I'm going to go get my, I'm going to get a bucket to sit on. So I have a chair I can set up here, and it's going to be a little windy. I'll be back in a minute. All right, that is 50% better. Sitting down. You know, in the South Pacific, there's a lot of the military astronauts launch out of the South Pacific. So yeah, they can talk about the International Space Station launch centers. The only one is out of Florida. It's our only one. But you got to remember, the military has a space program as well, and they launch out of the South Pacific. And so they do have some other launch sites, some other launch towers, which they have access to. There's many, many, many more military astronauts than there are NASA astronauts. We do have some really good lighting right now. We can see a really good picture of the Starship up there. maybe the reason for the delay in placing the Starship on the boosters, maybe they want to get some good lighting. They got to publicize and maybe earlier in the day the lighting wasn't good enough for some good photos, so they got to get their promotional material in. Oh, so Chris says he's wondering if they're having pin troubles. Huh, interesting. This is Starship 24. Oh, and I don't know if there is another Starship out there, but I believe this is Starship 24. They had moved a Starship down here. Yeah, I've been here over 3 hours. That's correct. Almost 4. Thanks, man, Rupert. They moved Starship 24 here, and I remember seeing the number on the nose cone. I don't see that Starship over by the pad A where they had it, so I believe this is Starship 24. Yeah, okay, Owen says this is Starship 24. Okay, good stuff. Okay, Sir Chris says Starship 25 is back at the bay. Interesting. And Starship 26 is over at the old Massey gun range, right? Starship, I believe that's Starship 26, unless you're saying 25. Owen says maybe the Chinese are building one like this. Yeah, probably. Let's get a zoomed out shot here. Thanks, Alan. Thank you. I think the longest streams I've done before are around 7 or 8 hours while I'm here, in-person streams. I've done other streams where it was set up at the remote camera site, and we've gone multiple days. But yep, there's at least recently I haven't done any streams like this in quite a while. congrats to the people who have been here quite a while, almost 2 years, and some people over 2 years. Congrats. Thanks for following the channel. I appreciate it. And we're on a good mission here, not only to do the Ocean Camera Space Corp thing, but to see SpaceX succeed, and open up the space market for colonization of different moons and planets here in the solar system. Jimmy Rio says they're trying to line up the engine chill connection from the ship to the booster. What is that? If anyone can talk more about the engine chill connection. Interesting. So they have some pins on the chopsticks. I believe they have 3 of them on each side is what I've been able to count in the past. If they are rotating the Starship just so slightly clockwise or counterclockwise, they could probably do that by moving one of those pins further away from the tower or toward the tower. They're currently using, I believe, the pins in the center of the chopsticks on each chopstick. So they could maybe move those further away or toward in opposite directions to rotate the housing of the Starship there. If they were trying to line up some type of chill thing. Three hours and 59 minutes into the stream. Going on 4. I've got to update the website in the Nightbot. That website, oceancam.space, will go to the website, but the new domain is spaceoceancorp.com. We still have a redirect from the oceancam.space to the new domain. Yeah, Stephen asks how good the landing might be if they could kind of pick a spot and land it there. Even the Falcon 9, they can't exactly get it to land in a certain spot. They're very good, but so as far as landing these Starship on a couple pins, that's at this moment it's still very difficult. Okay, so that probably relates to the catching of the booster or the catching of the Starship. I believe they, they're gonna. I've heard they're going to bring it down to the south. The left is the south, and then when they get it in a decent position, they'll hover as much as they can, and then bring it toward the tower. So they'll come down from the top with the booster or possibly the Starship, coming down, and then they'll kind of slow down, hover, to turn on the engine, and then move it toward the tower to the right. And so as they move it toward the tower, they'll move it between the chopsticks and I guess close them or do something with the chopsticks and catch it in that sense. It'll come down, slow down, hover, and then move toward the chopsticks, probably still coming down at the same time. And yeah, I don't know if they can. I haven't seen them rotate the chopsticks all the way to the south, but if they can do that, then they could maybe they can come down, hover, come into the chopsticks, and then catch it, and then rotate it over the platform. So if they can catch it while it's not over the platform, just on that south side there, that's probably the better way to do it. If they can rotate those chopsticks all the way to the south, to the right, about 90 degrees. Because in that situation, if there were some type of issue where they didn't catch it correctly and it continued to go down into the ground, it wouldn't the platform there, because it would be to the south of the platform, of the tower. I believe the booster is the first. They're planning to launch a Starship out to Hawaii and land it in the ocean out there. So I have heard that they may, depending on how the booster is doing, they may bring it back from the Gulf of Mexico out and try and hover and catch it. So the booster would be first. If they were to launch a Starship into orbit and then bring it back down, it would have several days, weeks, or months in space, and then they would bring it down and catch it. So, it would be the booster. There was some talk a while back about giving a Starship to the airport here in Brownsville. So BRO, Brownsville International Airport, BRO is the 3-letter designator for the airport. And what they have done is they do have a flap, an aft flap over there at the airport. But I guess some of the considerations are, how do you get a Starship down the road to the airport? Because SpaceX did offered a Starship to be put up at the airport, but maybe they would have to build the Starship over there on site at the airport. Possibly they could take apart a Starship here and move it down there, but I haven't heard any updates from the city on or even from the airport on that happening or taking place. But it was offered, from SpaceX, and I believe they have communicated back and forth with the airport about that possibility of having the Starship over there at the airport. I know sometimes you can see the space shuttle outside some of the buildings. I forgot where it is now, but I have come across the space shuttle on display. I don't know where it is now, but they do have it outside somewhere or inside, and it would be much like that, but it would be a Starship. I guess some of the considerations for having a Starship on site somewhere is you have to keep it pressurized. Maybe they could put a bunch of steel on the inside to affix it into place so it doesn't pull in on itself. That maybe some of the logistics of keeping a full size Starship up vertical is an issue, possibly. All right, coming back down again. Good stuff. Good call. Good call. It looks near perfect as far as my eyes can see. Looks pretty good. Maybe there's a little space there. I'm not sure. It brought it down pretty quick. If they could land this thing like an airplane, that would be interesting. Maybe there would be some type of interesting. Somebody is on one of the dunes here. Interesting. Let's see. Oh, it's I believe it's a security. They have a security person here inside of the stake fence line, keeping an eye on everything. Very cool. But just like sometimes you can mate up two different things. It'd be cool if they could attach something to the Starship, the underbelly of it or something. Maybe some wings in orbit. Just something you attach to it and then you fly it in on top of that vehicle, you know, and then it could come down like a plane. I was thinking the Virgin Orbit or Virgin Galactic, I'm not sure which one it is, where they have the plane that goes up and then they launch it below the plane to continue on into space. But some type of a attachments, like a wing attachment, would be kind of neat if they could attach something to the Starship in space, almost like clamp it down onto the Starship, and then like the Starship would fit into, like we're seeing it fit into the chopsticks here. If it could fit into like a wing assembly up there in orbit and then fly it back down here together, that would be kind of cool. I guess one of the challenges is how do you get that up there into space, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's one concept, like a detachable wing structure. Hey, David, Teresa. Yep. Morning. Gerald, thanks, man. I'm just happy to get some video after not doing any video for a while too. So this is good stuff. Good opportunity to be out here. I'm gonna do a maximum zoom on the base there and see if we can get a clear shot. I'm gonna go for maximum zoom, kind of like maximum Q, but with the camera. Maximum zoom. All right, that is maximum zoom. Owen says, thought maybe better to have a closing ring with the Starship would fall through to catch the booster Starship. Interesting. Yeah, there may still be a gap there. Yeah, there's always something, says Carl. I agree. You know, just with if they were to do a ring there, as Owen is mentioning, it's a great idea. I don't know about the twisting and the load factors with that, you know, but if they can do it with the chopsticks, I'm sure they could do it with a ring too. Pretty interesting. Some type of closing ring would be interesting. You know, maybe they could do a big, this is kind of a joke, but maybe they could do a big of that aerogel, a big tank of aerogel, and just land it into that, right? Soft landing in the aerogel. They do catch some of the skydivers. Some of them actually skydive without a parachute, and they catch it in a big net. I don't know if they could catch this in a big net, just like a big trampoline type thing. It would have to be very strong. They wouldn't want to damage the Starship also, so. You know, they lifted the Starship onto there, so there's still a little space there probably. They raised it up and put it on top, so there's a little gap probably, and there's a drone up there checking it out.
Oh, the black piece.
They just lifted it up on top.
doing a live stream. There's about 70 people watching.
Wow.
Yeah,
From all over the U.S.
yeah, international.
I'll be quiet.
No, you're good. Where are you guys coming from, ladies?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, cool. It's a long drive. Probably flew and then rented the car. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Didn't really know what to find out here. It looks like there's other folks who also want streaming.
No launch date yet. All right, I'm back with you. Yeah, Chris says it's probably a tight fit, huh? That makes sense. If they're planning to launch this thing and they want to have the tightest fit they can get, huh? Makes sense. Maybe on previous lifts it was easier because they had not refined it or closed the gaps as much as they had, in the past. They've done fit testing and all kind of adjustments at the top there, so maybe this is a tighter fit. Yep. So Chris says they're close to nailing it. Good stuff. There is a company which is launching out of the ocean, so they don't even need a launch tower. I don't know what kind of range they've gotten on their rocket, but Arca Space, ARCA, they just completed a test launching out of a platform containing a lot of water. I don't believe they could get permission to launch out of the ocean. So what they did is they built a large container and they put a lot of water in it, and then they put their rocket into the water and they launched it out of almost like a big glass full of water. But it was, much bigger than a glass, but their rocket is pretty big. So, one option, I don't know if they could do it with the Starship, is to make some rockets which launch out of the ocean, and then they could get around the need to have a tower and all the rest of it. It may be an issue with the stacking of a booster on Starship on top of a booster and putting that in the ocean, and then maybe getting enough lift. Might be more of an issue than the type of rocket that the Arca Space people have built. The rocket that they're using, and I believe the Arca Space, is more of a pressurized water or pressurized steam or some type of water steam thing going on there. Heated pressurized water is what I believe they're doing, and they've been able to launch rockets out of water, using water as a propellant. Almost like there are some toys that are bottle rockets where you use water to pressurize it and to launch. It's a similar concept, I believe. You pressurize the water, and they're launching it using water as a fuel. So Chris says this could be it. Very close on the back there. There's apparently a little gap on the back. Get some shot to the right with the people going by. And out in the distance, there's a security guy walking around the dunes out in this area. I've seen him move around quite a bit, but there are guards out walking the SpaceX property, just making sure everything's good. Yeah, welcome Andre to the Nestorenko to the chat. Nice to see you. Kind of a new name. Tibogo, Celapello. Awesome. Yeah, Roberta, I believe it would be a good spot to be a good security guard. Yeah, I'm going to leave this camera here. I'm going to go back to the truck, drink some water, and do some stuff. And I'll be back. Maybe it'll get windier. Let me know if the wind's okay. Okay. I'll be back in a few. All right, I'm back. Let me get the umbrella. All right. See what I missed in the chat. Sir Chris says, looks like a good seal this time. SpaceX says, this is not the final stacking, if anyone was wondering. SpaceX says, Starship 24 still has to get the FTS installed, which they can't go up there to do. Oh, wow. Wow, interesting. The QNP1. Thanks, man. I think that stands for Flight Termination System. FTS is if the Starship or rocket is going in the wrong direction, like they did on the Starship, I think it was 14, possibly, SN14, or whichever, maybe it was SN11. Yeah, SN11. Right before Starship 15, they did Starship 11, and they launched it, and it went into the clouds, and then it exploded. They auto-detonated it inside the clouds, and the debris went all over. So FTS, Flight Termination System, some type of dynamite or something on the side of the Starship that they can blow it up if they need to. So SpaceX is saying they probably can't install that while it's up there. Maybe they need to bring it down to do that. Carl says they can access the FTS area with a aerial lift on a crane. they don't have a different method. Installing and arming the FTS on the ground, then lifting it while armed, it doesn't seem feasible. Okay, so they can access the area with a crane, with an aerial lift, and if they don't already have a different method, says Carl. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't. I guess arming it on the ground and then putting it on the Starship is risky. That makes sense. So Chris says this might be it. We may, that might be it. I guess we're still waiting for the QD quick disconnect to get swung around. Other than that, you know. Oh wait, the sheriff has turned off his lights and driven away. Let me get that shot. So the sheriff has moved away. The lights, the road closure is over. So that must be it. We must be good to go. Let me show you. You can see here on the right, the road, which used to have a sheriff in the center there, has been, it's now open. So. Right over here. And they're bringing in fuel too, it looks like. All right, well, that's the telltale sign of liquid nitrogen or liquid oxygen coming in. They're bringing in the propellant to fuel this thing. Those are the next steps. Maybe we'll see a lot of tankers coming in over the next day or so. So I'm going to wind up this live stream and wrap it up. It's been fun. Been a lot of fun, actually. Five hours and 30 seconds into the stream. That's pretty good. So they started around 7 something. 8, 9, 10, 11. It's probably after lunch now. So maybe that's why they broke for now too. It's we're probably at the 12:40. They had to break for lunch anyway. So yeah. So that'll be it. Paul Marcus with SpaceX Corp. Getting some shots here at South Texas for the stacking of the Starship 24 on top of the booster. Next up might be a possibly a crowd test, or maybe they'll just go right ahead and launch it. We'll have to see. Maybe there'll be a static fire. I highly doubt there'll be a static fire, but the next thing we might see is a launch, and maybe even before that, the FTS flight termination system installed. All right. Wishing you the best on your day. It is 2023, the first Wednesday of April, 2023.
Waiting for something to happen? Or?
No, it's over. We just finished.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just a minute. They just stacked the Starship on top of the booster this morning. They took that black thing and they put it on top. It was on the ground this morning. So there are a lot of tourists coming through.
Everybody's out here.
Yep, that's it.
Have a great day, man.
I'm going to end the stream and see you on the other side. You're welcome to send a message or comment on the video, and I'm happy to talk with you and chat. Take care. Whenever you're watching this, whatever dimension you're watching from, I believe the whole universe has one consciousness permeating the whole universe, and which means if the universe was never created, then it will never be destroyed. If consciousness has always existed and was never created, if that most subtle layer, consciousness, has always existed and was never created, then consciousness will never be destroyed. And as such, as there is energy and consciousness all throughout the universe, life was never created. Life, there are no building blocks to life if consciousness has always existed. If consciousness has always existed, There are no building blocks to life, and NASA's search for life, for the building blocks of life, is a lost cause. If consciousness has always existed, life was never created. Life has always existed. And if there is just a one consciousness, then it can't be destroyed, because something can't destroy itself. If it has always existed itself, if it has never been created, if it has always existed, it will always exist, and it will never die. It will only change forms. But the consciousness, the awareness, the presence, the being throughout all the universe is not only in our solar system. This consciousness spans the entire universe. And one of the reasons we use the word universe is because it's one consciousness in all the different bodies simultaneously. The problem with the consciousness, although the consciousness is everywhere, it has not developed its awareness in all the different bodies. So even though the consciousness is everywhere, it is not conscious of itself. So that's the problem. People here on the Earth are limited to the five senses. They haven't developed the consciousness in the different bodies. So the bodies have limited themselves to knowledge of consciousness beyond the body that the consciousness is in. But the consciousness permeates the entire universe. Not only the solar system, the consciousness permeates the solar system. It permeates the planets, the asteroids. This consciousness is in everything in our solar system. It spans out beyond the solar system into the galaxy, all around the Milky Way galaxy. This consciousness is everywhere. And at this moment, this consciousness, limited in your body that you're currently in, is everywhere throughout the galaxy. It's in all the different asteroids, all the different molecules of water vapor, and all the different elements all throughout the universe. This consciousness spans the entire universe like a giant mushroom. Like a mushroom in the West Coast. They say the mushroom is so many acres, so many miles long. The mushroom is the biggest organism on the planet, but even beyond, bigger than consciousness inside of the mushroom, which is also inside of every other nook and cranny, particle and matter element throughout the entire galaxy and the universe, all the different galaxies, all the different solar systems. This consciousness is everywhere. And the problem with consciousness is it has limited itself to the body that it's in. It needs to upgrade its awareness, its sensitivity. It has to get more relaxed and expand and notice the fringes of its awareness. This consciousness is everywhere, but it is limited. It has limited itself to discover beyond the element, the particle that it is currently occupying, because not only does this consciousness bridge to its social society, not only does it have the ability, all these different beings and all these different bodies and all these different galaxies has the ability to connect with its immediate social environment. It's developed a sensitivity in the different bodies that it's in to interrelate with its local community. So like here on the Earth, I have the ability to talk to you because you've learned how to use a computer and all that stuff. So this consciousness in these bodies has learned to communicate a little bit. But this consciousness spans the entire universe. And so there's not a single place in the universe where there is no consciousness, because consciousness is everywhere. The consciousness is the base. It is the toe, the theory of everything. Consciousness is everywhere. And that's the reason why a Jedi can learn to perceive, or maybe a karate guy. One of those karate guys can develop these different abilities and develop the ability to perceive from a grasshopper or from a bird or an eagle. That's why the different Indians can develop these senses, and the different people who use the different earth medicines, they have the ability to sense from different locations outside of the body, because the consciousness is everywhere. It's just a matter of tapping into the localized body that consciousness is functioning through, using the awareness that's in your body. So the consciousness is everywhere. Your consciousness is everywhere. not a single place in the universe where there is no consciousness or no life. If there's consciousness there, if there's energy there, if there's consciousness there, if there's a presence there, there's a life. So all throughout the universe, there's life everywhere in the universe. There's no question about it. Life everywhere in the universe. There's not a single place in the whole universe where there is no life. So the search for life is kind of a slow process. It would be much quicker if these scientists did some meditation, because then they would expand beyond the five senses, beyond the localized body that they're in, and they would be able to sense through the different areas where there is consciousness all throughout the universe. And they could actually sense anywhere in the universe they'd like to sense using other senses beyond the eyeballs. So in Star Wars, they did have it right. There are Jedi forces, and that's what the different Hindus talk about. That's what the American Indians and Native Americans talk about. That's what the Tibetans talk about. That's what the yogis talk about. That's what the that's what the Africans talk about in the different tribes out there. That's what the South Americans talk about doing the different peyotes and the different ayahuasca and the different things. This is what all these different things do, is they bridge, or they take down the walls. Like if you have a horse and you put a little thing on the horse so it only looks forward, then the horse doesn't look to the left or to the right or up. It doesn't get scared of stuff when the horse has these little blinders on to keep it just looking straight ahead. So that's what going through the kindergarten and all the different schools and teachers and even the types of food that we ate are like blinders. They limit our ability to perceive outside of a certain sphere. So that's what the different practices you can do, yoga or Kapalabhati, Kriya yoga. There's all these different types of yogas and different practices you can do to relax enough and to expand your awareness beyond the area where you've had blinders maybe for your whole life. I know if you've already sensed these other states, then I'm not talking to you, obviously. I've expanded outside of the body as well. But since the one awareness is all throughout the galaxy and the universe, not only do I care about the awareness that's in the body that's speaking to you now here on this live stream, I care about the awareness in all the different bodies, because if the awareness is unbroken from this body to the body that you're in, to all the different bodies throughout the galaxy and the universe, if this one awareness unbroken, only one awareness, only one being is everywhere throughout the solar system and everywhere throughout the universe and the galaxy. If this one awareness is in all the different galaxies simultaneously and is the only being in existence, then I care about all the different bodies where that awareness is, because I am is that awareness. That awareness is it. The one being which exists all throughout the galaxy and the universe is in you and is in me, because there's no other being in existence except it. The one sublayer stratus consciousness all throughout the galaxy and the universe, and all the different bodies and all the different elements. And that's why witchcraft and other stuff works, because you can develop a relationship with the awareness in that localized body. That's why all the different magical powers exist in all the different movies, Disney, and all the different sci-fi movies. That's why all these different things can exist, is because you can activate the being, the localized consciousness in the different bodies and the elements. So you can generate more awareness in that body, give it more access to different skills and capabilities. So since that awareness, since you are in all the bodies throughout the universe, that's why I care, because we exist everywhere forever, and we will never get killed or died, because that awareness can't be killed or died. The consciousness of the universe has always existed, was never created, will never be destroyed. So since I will exist forever, then maybe the cool thing for me to do would be to interact with other aspects of myself all throughout the universe, and together we can create some amazing cool stuff, because it's when you create stuff together, you can build much bigger and more magical and beautiful things than if you're just two people trying to build something great and magical. And when there's only two people, then maybe the other people get a little jealous and they try and kick some sand or try and knock it down, and then they get some joy out of knocking it down. But since we are the only being that exists in the universe, why would we want to knock down our own things? Maybe we would have more fun if we built something together, magical, creative, powerful, huge, and wonderful. Maybe we can explore having a wonderful experience than a constant battle and war, and exploring injustice and defeat and victory. Maybe we can explore consciousness. We can explore light, fluffy, beautiful environments, nice houses, beautiful families, nice kids, and a wonderful society. Maybe that's something we can have more fun enjoying than some of the other types of things we can do with ourselves. Since we will not only exist in this lifetime, we will exist in every lifetime, right? We have existed, we will always exist. That's kind of the melodrama. That is the humdrum of the universe. The universe never kills itself. The universe forever exists. The consciousness doesn't go anywhere. You can't kill the most base sub-layer of the universe. And since that is the only thing alive in the whole universe, and it's in all the bodies, just the one unbroken consciousness, what varies is our ability that we give ourselves to do stuff in these different localized bodies. But we, the consciousness, never goes anywhere. So we have always existed, we will always exist, and life will forever exist. Life will never be annihilated. The one being can't kill itself. It's in the most subtle layer. It has no characteristics. So you can't kill something which has no characteristics. It's just pure subtle awareness. So the only thing it can do to itself is to annihilate its localized temporary bodies. But if we want to have a more beautiful experience than we've ever had, at least in our remote lifetime, then what we can do is interact with each other and cooperate and build these spaceships, build all types of beautiful things, and release these technologies which have much more economic and much more efficient ways of operating. Take them out of the military. The military budget is so many 500 billion or something like that, and then they couldn't localize. They couldn't locate when they did like the budget on the military. They couldn't account for like over $1 billion worth of money. It somehow dissolved or went somewhere, and it was not accounted for correctly, and it got taken away by somebody. Over $1 trillion in the U.S. defense budget. So these technologies, the money has been used to create these technologies here on the Earth, at least in the United States military, and we can take these technology into the public sector, and we can create more beautiful and profound things, and we can open up space. That's all I'm going to say. I kind of left it all out there online here. Hopefully I reached myself and the other bodies. And I wish you the best day today, at this moment. Whenever you're watching this, it is always now for us. At the most base sub-layer of the universe, there is no time. So we have always existed, we will always exist, and now is forever. See you later. On the other side. Take care.